Hebrew kingdom building. I will bring them forth out of the country where they sojourn, and they shall not enter into the land of Israel, and ye shall know that I am Yahuwah. goodly words. I address my works to the King. My tongue is the pen of a speedy writer. You are more handsome than the sons of men. Favor has been poured upon your lips. Therefore, the Lord has blessed you forever. Gird your sword upon your thigh, O mighty one. Your excellency and your splendor. And ride prosperously in your splendor. On the matter of truth and humility, righteousness. And let your right hand lead you to the awesome matters. Your arrows are sharper in the heart of the king's enemies. People fall under you. Your throne, O Allure, is forever and ever. The scepter of your reign is a scepter of straightness and righteousness. You have loved righteousness and hated wickedness. Therefore, Allure, your Allure, has anointed you with the oil of gladness more than your companions. All your garments are myrrh and aloes and cassia. Out of the palaces of ivory, stringed with instruments, have made you glad. Listen, O daughter, and seek, and incline your ear, and forget your own people in your father's house, and let the sovereign delight in your loveliness, because he is your master. Bow yourself to him. And the daughter of Zor with the gift, the rich among the people, seek your favor. They are brought with gladness and rejoicing. They enter the king's palace. Instead, your fathers are your sons, whom you appointed princes in all the earth. I cause your name to be remembered in all generations, O Yahweh. Therefore, the people praise you forever and ever. Lo, Nasa, Naso, Napsi, Ula, Nisba, La Birma, Yisa, Baraka, Ma'a, Yahuwah, Osedeka, Meloa, Ka, Yiso, Zedor, Dorso, Mebakse, Banaka, Yahoo, Selah. Seu, Sarin, Rasakem, Oneseo, Piquet, Olam, Oyabo, Melech Hakobo, Mize Melech Hakobo, Yahuwah Ezuz, Ogebo, Yahuwah Gebo, Melkoma, Seu, Sarin, Rasakem, Usea, Piquet, Olam, Uyabo, Melech Hakobo, Mehuze, Melech Hakobo, Yahuwah Zabaoth, Hu Melech Hakobo, Selah. The earth is given to Yahuwah, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of Yahuwah? Who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who have not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceit. He shall receive a blessing from Yahuwah, and righteousness from Elohim of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek his face, O Yaakov, Selah. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lifted up, everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is the King of glory? Yahuwah strong and mighty, Yahuwah mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is the King of glory? Yahuwah of hosts. He is the King of glory. Selah. Have mercy upon us, O Elohim, according to your loving kindness, according to the multitude of your tender mercies, blot out all our transgressions. Wash us, Abba. Wash us from our iniquity, and cleanse us from our sins. For we acknowledge our sins and our transgressions, and our sins are ever before us. Against you, and you only have we sinned, and done this evil in your sight, that you might be justified when you speak, and clear when you judge. Behold, I was shaped in iniquity, and in sin did our mothers conceive us. Behold, you desire truth in the inward parts, and the inward parts you shall make us to know wisdom. Purge us with hyssop, and we shall be clean. Wash us, and we shall be white as snow. Make us to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which you have broken may rejoice. Hide not your face from our sins. Hide your face from our sins, and blot out all our transgressions. Creating us a clean heart, O Elohim, and renew a right spirit within us. Cast us not away from your presence, and take not your ruach from us. Restore unto us joy, the joy of your salvation, and behold us with your free spirit. Then we shall teach transgressors your ways, and sinners shall convert unto you. Deliver us from blood guiltiness, O Elohim. O Elohim of our salvation. And our tongue shall sing aloud of your righteousness. O Elohim, open up your lips, and let your mouth show forth. Let our mouth show forth your praise. For you desire not sacrifice, or else we would give you. You delight not in burnt offerings. The sacrifices are broken spirit and a broken and contrite heart. O Elohim, you will not despise. Do good in your pleasure unto Zion, and build the walls of Jerusalem. Then you shall be pleased with the sacrifices of the righteous, and with burnt offerings and whole burnt offerings. Then shall they offer bullocks upon your altar.
Oh, clap your hands, all you people. Shout out to a new one. Under our feet. He chooses our hands for us. The excellency of our code. Hallelujah. Stand up. A leader shall go up with a shout. Sing praises to the Lord. Sing praises. Sing praises to the Lord. Sing praises. Set-apart throne. The princes of peoples shall gather together. The people of Allure of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong unto Allure. And he shall be greatly exalted. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! To you, Yahweh. There is none. Oh, there is none like you, Yahweh. Come down and dwell with us, oh Yahweh. Shake the earth, oh Yahweh. Let your clouds erupt. Let the waves of the sea rise above the land. For your name is excellency in all the earth. Splendor is known through all your creation. Everything that has breath will give praise unto you. Hallelujah! Oh, everything that has breath. Bless your name. Oh, we glorify you in this day. You are the person of our praise. Come on, come on. Sit on high, look down low. Your name is great to be praised. Hallelujah.
I will pray.
Start off giving double honors to the Chief Elders, Chief Elder Yahusha, Chief Elder Mormon Shea, and their wives, and Zakane Yoab and his wife, Gabriel Malak. Double honors to Zakane Roche, Gabriel Tara, Moyden Ayel, Moaez, Moamania. Honest to you too, King. Hallelujah. So what's the mission, y'all? Ooh.
Awaken and restore.
See, I was gonna let it go, but he what is it?
Restore, repair.
Oh, that's easy. My bad. Resolution concealment.
All right, okay.
Build a new Jerusalem.
No, it's told. I mean, we're trying to get y'all brains churning right now. You know, we got tired, got relaxed. So we're trying to make everybody think a little bit. So what's the vision? Hallelujah. Hallelujah. She said it again. So, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. We we'll get into some. We trying not to get too deep. Trying to keep y'all too long, you know. It was about probably about a month ago. It's too long. I say 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, I was in prayer about, you know, what is it that you want me to speak on? What is it that you want me to say? Because I was at a place where I was just like, I don't want to read nothing unless you lead me to it. I don't want to say nothing unless you lead me to say it. That's kind of why I've been even quiet in the group a lot. Like, I ain't really been saying much because I just want to be led in this season. Like, I don't want to be doing nothing out of myself, nothing on my own, nothing on my own will. And so I was like, you know, I prayed about it, and, you know, like a week later, stuff just started coming. And how I knew this is what he wanted me to say, because this is literally the season that we in. You know, season of Aruka. And so it ties in with Aruka a lot. And it was like, okay, this is what you need to say. I was like, all right, bet. So, what we're going to talk about today is healing our spiritual deformities. Aruka to the dumb, deaf, blind, and lame. So, this is a guy that I work with. Well, I don't work with him. and he in my department. And he deaf in one ear. But he fully functional. Fully functional. He out there getting it, you know. But he talk real loud, you know. Talk real loud. Because he don't know how loud he talk. He's deaf in one ear, and I noticed that when people say stuff to him, they gotta sometimes repeat themselves a lot. Of course, because he deaf in one ear, right? And so we gonna talk about today the physical things, but not too much the physical. But we gonna tie everything to the spiritual, because we know we got spiritual eyes, right? We got spiritual ears, right? We got spiritual limbs, and we got, you can be spiritually dumb. How many of y'all know what dumb is? Go according to the scriptures. You can't speak. You can't speak. You can't speak. Not that you can't talk, but it's, you mute. Silence. There's some people who don't talk at all. They just sit there. Like, they won't talk at all. That's how you created them. So today we'll talk about healing those things. Because in this season of Aruka, you got to think about it. Everything that we do, everything that we say, everything that we hear, everything that happens that causes us to sin has something to do with one of our senses. Our senses play into every sin that we do. Whether it be your sight, whether it be your hearing, whether it be your taste, your smell, or your touch. We got these things stored up in us from Babylon, right? Things that you saw. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. You always remember it. It may not plague you as much, or it may not affect you as much as it did when you first saw it or laid eyes upon it, but it still in some way, shape, or form, it affects how you operate and move because of what you saw. Right? It goes like that even with what you hear. It's the same way. Things that you hear, right? Things that you hear, you can't unhear them. They stored in you. They stored in you. And it causes you to walk in a certain way, walk in a certain manner. Sometimes we hear words and it cripples us to where we become lame. We can't walk. Or we can't put forth our hand to the work. See what I mean? Because it's shriveled up. So in this season of Aruka, we got to make sure that we are healing in our spiritual areas as well, you know. And we were at Pesach, and I'm gonna go to the next slide. I ain't gonna spend too much time on the title. But we were at Pesach, and words were going forth like crazy. Right? Words were going forth, prophecies, all type of things. And one thing Chief Moshe was saying was, everybody's not going to receive it. And in my mind, everybody's going to receive it because it's real, it's true. You know it's from Yahuwah, right? And that's how most of us think. But for some reason, we left and people start falling away. People start falling away off a word. I mean, we hear some of the things that people have said, and you'll be like, this whole time you've been here, or this whole time you've been with Rebirth, and that's what made you leave? That's the word that make you leave? Something said like that, right? And so this let me know it's because we don't have spiritual ears. So when words go forth, certain things go forth, it don't rest on you. You can't really hear it because you're spiritually deaf. You can't really see what they're saying or see the prophecies in your mind because you're spiritually blind. And that's how it usually is. So this is why a lot of people left. And in this season, if you don't heal from these things, you will not make it. It don't matter where you go. It don't matter who you be with. It don't matter who you assemble yourself with. You gonna have to see spiritually. You're gonna have to hear spiritually. So let's get into it. You know, just to kind of get out the way. Slow. It says, this is a ruku, y'all. Repair and reconstruction or healing that causes longer life, right? Health, perfect, made. So, we always talk about it, season of Aruka, season of Aruka, Ruka, season of Aruka, season of Aruka. Okay, all right, hallelujah. It's so important. All these things that we, these deformities is very important. You need them to function. But it's two of them that's the most important that you need to get through. That you need to make it to the kingdom. And what are those two things? Those two senses.
Sight and hearing.
There you go.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
No, I was asking. Sight and hearing. Those are the two senses that if you lack, then you done. You're done. And so in this season, we got to restore our spiritual eyes to be able to see spiritual things, to see stuff in a spiritual way, even the scriptures. We had somebody say, how can a man bear witness of himself? You know, we got men out here bearing witness to themselves. This is somebody who left, right? But when you read your word, don't everybody in the scriptures bear witness to themselves? Technically, Jeremiah, before I was formed in the womb, I knew you. He wrote that. We weren't there. We didn't know if Yahuwah really spoke to him and seen him, right? That's his witness. And we believe it, right or wrong. That's how that is. But if you don't have spiritual eyes to see that, you won't see. When somebody sits here and says, Yahuwah came to me and said X, Y, and Z, and this is what we need to do in this season. Oh man, who he think he is? Right. And so,
Knowing who you are ties hand in hand with being able to bear witness of yourself. Yahushua said the person that bears witness of themselves, he basically a liar. But then he turned around and said that even if I bear witness of myself, my word is still true because I know where I come from.
Right.
So knowing who you are and where you come from gives you that ability to be able to bear witness of yourself. Because at the end of the day, it's not you that's doing it, it's Yahuwah who's doing it.
hallelujah. Hallelujah. That's it. Praise Yahuwah. So health, perfected and made. So, man, perfected. Y'all keep that in mind. Perfected. We talk about Aruka, right? Health and perfected. Made, reconstructed, right? A healing that causes longer life. So think about these things. So this is the testament of Reuben. This is something that kind of breaks down our senses in a sense. It's not the only place, but this is one of the places that stuck out to me. So I want to put that. This is the testament of Reuben. It's starting verse 2. Chapter 2, starting verse 2. It says, for 7 ruachs are established against mankind, and they are the sources of the deeds of youth. And 7 other spirits, or ruachs, or ruachot, are given to man at creation, so that by them every human deed is done. First is the ruach of life, with which man is created as a composite being. It says the second is the ruach of what? Seeing, with which comes desires. This is how you know, okay, and when we talk about desires is your being, it's your nefesh, right? Is who makes you you. But you don't know how you make you unless you what? See it first. This is why when a child come out the womb, they gotta see. Like baby Derock, he doesn't know who he is yet. But as he walks forward in life, as he sees this, he gonna know this is who I am. As he walks after him, right? Because his identity is in him. So he has to see him know, right? Do it first. There is his desire, his nefesh, his being, his longing. This is me, right? And so, but you can only do that if you got sight. You can only do that if you got sight. So it says, the third is the ruach of hearing, with which comes instruction. How will you know not to touch the stove? Let somebody tell you, right? I mean, you go do it, try it, test it out, but a lot of times people don't live through those. Testing stuff out. But if somebody instructs you, right, and guides you and tells you what to do and how to do it and where to go and where not to go, you'll have a better chance of living. You'll have a longer what? You have a longer what? Life. Because it says, obey your mother and your father to what? So you can live. Because if you can't obey your mother and your father, or whoever who was set up over you, then you cannot live long upon the land. Whether it be auntie, uncle, whoever raised you. So this is where that come from. So then it says, let me see. The fourth is the ruach of smell, which is given taste for drawing air and breath. It says the fifth is the ruach of speech. So this is where you come in with the dumb. It says the fifth is the ruach of speech, with which comes what? Knowledge. It says you know a man by his many words. You know a man by his many words. Some things happen in life that have people mute. They don't say nothing to nobody no more. Whatever situation happened caused them to be dumb. Not mentally dumb all the time, but dumb, meaning they can't speak. It's a muffle on their mouth now. It says the sixth is the ruach of taste for consuming food and drink. By it comes strength. It says, because in food is the substance of strength. The seventh is the ruach of what? Procreation and intercourse. It says, with which come sins through fondness for pleasure. But notice he said, in the first sentence, he says, and they are the sources of the deeds of youth, right? So growing up, these things is what affected us. Every single one of these senses caused us to sin in one way, shape, or form. We sinned in one of these ways. Right or wrong. You did something. All of us did something. So that seventh one is not always physical though. Sometimes you can have intercourse with a deity. Spiritually, right? Because all this is physical, but we're going to talk that spiritually in a minute. When we go out and worship other deities. So all of us, I say about 90% of the people in here that believe in some form of God outside of, some form of Alua outside of Yahuwah. The Alua of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov.
Basically, everybody who wasn't born in this way. Basically.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
We didn't all believe in something wrong. We all gave ourselves to some deity that was not Yahuwah. Right? We all gave our thought process over to how we ought to operate for that deity. Right or wrong? And so with that came forth sin, and sin brings forth what? So we're going to get into that. How does one turn out spiritually deformed? The sins of our fathers. It says Psalms 51:5. It says, behold, I was what? I was what? And in sin did my mother what? So when we were in sin, when our mother and our father was in sin, and we went forth, we came out the womb, we was already spiritually deformed. Already. We was already spiritually deformed. We couldn't spiritually see nor spiritually hear. So then it says, idolatry is another one. Psalms 115, 1 through 8. It says, not unto us, O Yahuwah, not unto us, but unto the name give glory, for your mercy and for your truth's sake. Wherefore should the heathen say, where is now their allure? It says, but our allure is in the Shamayim, right? He hath done whatsoever he has pleased. It says, their idols are silver and gold, the work of men's what? It says, they have mouths, but they speak, they don't. It says, eyes have they, but they see not, right? They blind. It says, they have ears, but they hear not. It says, noses have they, but they smell not. It says, they have hands, but they handle not. Feet have they, right? But they walk not. They lame. They crippled. It says, neither speak through their throat. Right? They don't even talk. It says, they that make them are like unto them. So is everyone that trusteth in them. Deformed. Spiritually deformed. So in this season, this is why it's so important for us to be praying, Yahuwah, what spiritual deformities do I have? Can I not understand your scriptures by now? Why? Can you please heal me of that? Whatever it is. Why can't I see the things I should see? Why can't I hear a word when a word go forth and it make me feel some kind of way? It make me stop my ears. It make me want to go deaf. Why? So, or why can't I walk straight yet? This long, I still can't walk straight. I'm still walking crippled. So, Psalms 135 is the same thing. Y'all can just write that down. We ain't gonna go to that. Because it's literally saying the same thing as 115. I forgot what Ezekiel 12:2 is. Y'all can write that down too though. But it's talking about the same thing pretty much. Let me see what they're talking about. Come. Which one?
I got 135.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll read it while you're getting that. Psalms 135, 15 through 18. The idols of the nations are silver and gold, the works of human hands. They have mouths but do not speak. They have eyes but do not see. They have ears but do not hear. Nor is there any breath in their mouths. Those who make them become like them, so do all who trust in them. And that's powerful what he bringing out, because if y'all think about it, I don't know, I think it may be Life or something. But I know one of the movies I used to watch, it had a person in the movie, a character, and his nickname was Can't Get Right. I know it was a prison movie. That was Life. But he couldn't get right. And that's literally what that's saying is like, you can't receive a word. You can't get right. You can't see. You can't hear. Even if you can't see, Yahuwah might put a seer in your life, but you can't get a word from the seer that he done put in your life.
you can't even see him.
Man. Go ahead.
So you remind me, more emotion, they always talking about giftings, and we're looking at people's giftings, right? But that person might have a gift but still can't get right. Can't get right had a gifting. He can knock the mess out of the ball. His gifting got him out of jail, but he still couldn't get right. And so a lot of us, we end up like, because Yahuwah does give us gifting, but some of us still can't get right, and we hide behind our gift. So that's just what it reminded me of.
It just kind of, one of the things that Chief Warren Moshe said is that through this process we were going to go through being born again. And like when you think about it, when Yahushua in the script said, unless a man is born again, he can't even see the kingdom. So your spiritual vision, so it's like if you can't receive that word, how can you go into a place where you can truly see what Yahuwah is doing? Because script says, like even when he was baptized, it said that he saw into the heavens a dove, and he heard the Father saying, you're my beloved. You know, so it's like he saw something and heard something, and that's immediately what the enemy tests. He said, if you're the son, but he had just heard that. So it's very important when we're going through this process that we don't allow something to block what we're seeing or hearing, because then it's like we're going to be spiritually blind or deaf.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And so you'll see a lot of times, like I was telling them earlier, you know how you'll see those people, they fully functioning through life, right? But you can tell something is off. You can tell, you can see it in their eyes sometimes. You can see it maybe in how they walk and how they go about things. Yahuwah has created them perfectly though. But for some reason they have some sort of, they're not all the way there. You can kind of tell. Am I speaking good? Can y'all understand what I'm saying? You know, you'll see those kind of people. They'll be fully functioning. They'll be eating with you. They'll be talking, cracking jokes. You know what I mean? Sometimes they're the life of the party. You know what I mean? But people give them a lot of attention to you know, make them feel better sometimes. But the thing is, you'll see them and they going through society and you're like, man, I wonder how they, you know, they getting through life though. But it's something, it's areas where they still can't go. It's things where they still can't do because of those deformities, because of those impairments. You see what I mean? And so this is how a lot of us are. We can see you and you fully functioning, but we can see the deformities on you sometimes.
Man.
See what I mean? We can tell that it's something off about you. And some people, they look completely normal, but you can tell they got a loose screw somewhere. That's how some of us are spiritually. We got a spiritual loose screw. We just can't stay on the straight. Like, we can't do good for a long period of time. We gotta do something. We gotta swerve out to the left a little bit. Just have to. But that is because it's something in us. And it's something about us. Maybe it's because our feet lame. So we can't never walk straight. So it's one of those things where we gotta look at those things now. I want to say this for the record. Me talking about these things, I'm not trying to shame anyone who has deformities, anyone who has a shortcoming. Because it says we all fell short of the glory of Yahuwah, right? In some way, shape, or form, we done all fell short of the glory. Some of us, we may be perfectly fine. We may not have no deformed hands or feet or whatever. But sometimes we deformed up here. And literally just sanity. And you always gotta, somebody always talking about you. And everybody talking about you. That's not normal. See what I'm saying? Somebody always beefing with you, but ain't nobody even thinking about you like that. It's all different ways I can go with that, but so I don't want to magnify people who have deformities though. I just want y'all to hear me on that. See what I mean? I ain't trying to magnify that. I ain't trying to make light of that in no way, shape, or form. Because Yahuwah, like I said, made them perfect. And Yahuwah made them. So definitely don't want to say nothing to you know, turn nobody left on that, to where, because it says don't mock them. So that's what I'm trying not to do. That's why I'm talking about us. Us. Talk about us. God, oh, go ahead.
I was reading Exodus 4 this morning, and everything I'm saying is told. And laying back off of Ali, he's talking about Moshe. You know, of course, physically, he couldn't really speak like that. But spiritually, his words were powerful. And he was saying to Yahuwah whenever he had arrived, he met Yahuwah in the bush, Yahushua in the burning bush or whatever. And he said, but I am slow of speech and of a slow tongue. And Yahuwah said unto him, who had made man's mouth? Or who maketh the dumb or deaf or seeing or the blind? Have I not Yahuwah? Now therefore go, and I will be your mouth and teach you what you shall say. And that was told. He's saying like he, of course, he had his brother being his eyes, being his mouth, or whatever what he wanted to say to bring forth the word. So of course y'all are the mouth, y'all are the shepherds, of course, and to doing those things. So we see how we have that it was told.
Because Moshe, he had a speech impediment. Yeah, I believe they said he had a stuttering problem. Like he couldn't really, because in other sources, it says he got his tongue burned when he was a child. Those who read it, y'all know what I'm talking about. He got his tongue burned when he was a child. And that, messed up his speech for the rest of his life. So you got some people who talk with a list. Some people who, really just can't talk that well. They may not be able to put all their words together the way they should. But it's Yahuwah. He chooses those people on purpose because he wants everybody to know, I did it. He didn't do it, I did it. So where you can look at him and say, how can this person do this? It gotta be you. It gotta be you. See what I mean? So go ahead.
That last verse in Psalms 115:8, it says, they that make them are like unto them. So is everyone that trusted in them. And it's talking about idols. If you make idols, you just like the idol. It don't do that. But the thing about it is, oftentimes we make idols out of ourselves. That's why can't nobody tell you nothing. Because you done made an idol within yourself, and I done read all this, so I done did all this, so I got a doctor, I got a PhD in divinity. Yeah, I got a PhD in divinity. And you use big words and you exegete, hermeneutics or homiletics. But you can't see what the word is saying just because you built yourself up. And we do that in life. We'll go about trying to get accolades, but never a man. Shall tell you, I don't come speaking man's wisdom. I come showing power. I come showing you the ruach things. And so we have to stop. You got to tear down the idols within yourself and say, I'm going to receive a ruka. I'm not doing that no more. I'm not going to be arguing with my husband no more. I'm not going to be screaming at my kids no more. I'm not going to be running through my house causing havoc. I'm not going to blow money every time money come in the house. We always broke because I spend it as soon as I get it. I'm going to change. I'm going to receive all this good teaching you who have been given. That water got to be in you, washing you clean. I'm not all of us. 99%, probably 98% of the room that took on a new name. They've been immersed in Yahushua. Are you going to let that old man die? Or do you got a little altar in your bedroom to the old man? Because all the achievements that the old man did. All the old women you done conquered. All the old men you done conquered. All the education you done got. That's the old man. Shaul say, Man, he was a Hebrew, circumcised on the 8th day. But I count it all as dung. Because it don't mean nothing if I can't go see you. Because at the end of the day, we gonna see him. Angels still covering their, covering their eyes, but we gonna see him. Man, he did a work in us, but we won't receive it. Tear down them idols.
Because that even goes into, he didn't go deep, too deep into it in regards to like, when we first woke up, we'll be trying to talk to people that's in, Christianity, etc., or even yourself. You was reading these same scriptures, and you didn't see none of it. You're like, I didn't see none of this stuff, or hear none of this stuff. And now all of a sudden, it's like, scales fell off, and a bunch of earwax just came out, And then, so then when you go talk to somebody, and they looking at you like, what you talking about? And that's also why we shouldn't be offended when people come at us like, oh, y'all cold, or y'all this, y'all that, y'all this. It's like, I just know you don't understand. I ain't gonna get my feelings. I know what I know. I know who I serve. Like Yahusha said, we know who we serve, So,
y'all know how many times I had read, set the captives free. He gonna set the captives free. He gonna say, I read that so many times, now realize, man, it's really some captive people that are not in their land. And then you realize, not in their land. Man, who is the people that's not in their, man, you for real. Them scales will fall off your eyes, and it'll, the revelation will be so much.
It's like having the spirit of Shaul, that king. He was bewitched. And we have to be careful when we not listen or hear, or when someone's pointing something out. So we so engulfed in our own way, we call it the educated fools. But then we become, Yahuwah will put us in a way of bewitching us, where we'll never be able to learn or hear or see. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. He said he'll make a fool out of the wise. Sometimes people so wise they become dumb or mentally slow. So they'll overthink something that says, thou shalt not murder your brother in your heart. And they'll just overthink it through to where they justify it in themselves to where I can do that. Because they so wise. And that's, and you going back to that last couple verses, you see how people have these long lectures and these deep studies and stuff, but it's like, that's not true. You see what I'm saying? You go to they got these universities, Christian universities, they got all this stuff. But it's like, how are you not scratching the surface of what it's really saying? And then you go through all your Bibles and you see all these footnotes and all these, like, how you get that between you get that, And so, it's just proving, that. So it's in Deuteronomy 29, land backing off what Mikael was saying. Well, it ain't land backing exactly off, but he brought up, Moshe. And so we talk about the wilderness. Think about it, y'all. Remember we talked about us coming out of Egypt. It was the birth of a new nation, right? So we was birthed as a people, right? It even talks about that in Ezekiel 16 to 17, where he said, I saw you in your blood, and I cleansed you, right? As like a baby, and washed, he washed us off and things of that nature in the wilderness. But one thing stood out is Deuteronomy 29, starting verse 1, it says, these are the words of the covenant which Yahuwah commanded. And I didn't let y'all get there because y'all ain't gotta, y'all can just write it down. Deuteronomy 29, 1 through 4. Deuteronomy 29, 1 through 4. But it says, these are the words of the covenant which Yahuwah commanded Moshe to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab, beside the covenant which he made with them in Horeb. And Moshe called unto all Israel and said unto them, ye have seen, you had what? Seen all that Yahuwah did before your what? In the land of Mitzrayim, or Egypt, the land of bondage, unto Pharaoh and unto all his servants, and into the land, and then unto all his land, the great temptations which your eyes have what? Seen. The signs and those great miracles. So he says, you've seen them. He says, yet Yahuwah has not given you a heart to what? Eyes to see, ears to what? Hear. Until this day. So you saw all them things happen, but for some reason you still didn't really see it. So we'll say a lot of times, man, how could they be in the wilderness and do those things? They seen you. They seen literally a whole sea part. I mean, they got to be somewhere 100 feet in the air, water, and dry land in the middle, and we walking across it. And then when we get on the other side, it swallow up the Egyptians and Pharaoh. You see what I'm saying? We seen that with our eyes. Our forefathers seen that with their eyes. But for some reason, I was like, how did that didn't register with them? How did that not make sense to them? Because Yahuwah never gave them eyes to see nor ears to hear until that day. Who that? Oh, Rock. Go ahead.
All right, real quick though. You was hitting on something that holds a lot of weight, and it just shows you how Yahuwah, how he basically ordains something to take place at an appointed time, right? Yeah. So while you saying that, I'm over here looking at this, because it's just a pattern, you know what I'm saying? It's a cycle, it's a pattern on, with us and our ancestors, I know you'll see what our ancestors did back in the day, and it's like, we do the exact same things now. You know what I'm saying? We always question, why they do that, why they do this, why they do that. But really, even look in today's time, you can tell that we are our forefathers' children. We ain't that much, we not different than our forefathers. You know what I'm saying? We ain't no different. We just in a different time frame. You know what I mean? Exact same people with the exact same DNA, under the same covenant, with the same inheritance, right? So he was speaking on how, they done witnessed all these great things from Yahuwah, and it's like, man, y'all still couldn't see, y'all still couldn't hear. Think about today. We done witnessed 400 years of prophecy. Things being literally written in the Constitution saying, hey, African Americans been over 400 years. We seen judgment on judgment on judgment. We didn't heard the voice of Yahuwah. We didn't see where Yahuwah had spoken to an elder and rain came down and he was speaking about the spiritual rain. You know what I'm saying? We didn't literally care feast upon feast upon feast. We didn't see him heal somebody out of a wheelchair that walked around the top building. Hallelujah. We didn't see these wonders. We didn't been through this walk for some of us 3, 4, 5, 6 years, right? But then guess what? This Pesach, we done all said, some of us have been here for a while. This is our first real Pesach. It's our first time seeing and hearing. You know what I'm saying? So everything happens at the appointed time for us to be in a certain place. You know what I'm saying? And it just shows you Yahuwah's mercy on how it just shows you his mercy. It shows you his love. It shows you how he moves. It shows you his ways. And it's just another level. You know what I'm saying? So praise Yahuwah, man.
Praise Yahuwah, that's told. Yep. It says,
The same is with Yahudi. They were coming against Yasharel, and the priest, she was saying, you all going to give up in 5 days? Didn't you just see what Yahuwah brought us through? Didn't you just witness what he delivered us from? And Yahuwah used her to be a ram in the bush to come in and take control to deliver us again. Because it was like they just forgot, or they were just dumb to the fact that he just delivered them. He just brought them through again. And he used her. Well, he had her eyes open. He had she was all of her senses working. So she could go in and do the will of Yahuwah and save us again.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So it says, for as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. That's Proverbs. That's a half of a verse. Half of verse 7. That ain't the whole verse 7. But half of verse 7. I should have put 23:7.5. It says, for as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. Right? Do y'all believe that? Yeah. All right. So let's see this. The word Cretan. And I got this from the, what is it? The etymologydictionary.com. And you get on there and look up all kind of the etymology of a lot of stuff, the beginning of a lot of stuff, a lot of phrases and a lot of words and stuff like that. So the word Cretan, 1779, from French Cretan. It says, from Alpine dialect, Creston. And we're going to talk to y'all about the Alpine people a little bit. A dwarfed and deformed what? Idiot. Of a type formerly found in families in the Alpine lands. Right? It says a condition caused by a congenital deficiency of thyroid hormones. It says the word is of uncertain origin. So they don't know where the Alpine people got it from. They just say it, right? It says, by many it has been identified with vulgar Latin. I'm talking about the Romans now. Vulgar Latin. Christianus. A what? Christian. A what? A Christian. A what? A Christian. A generic term for anyone, but often with a sense of poor fellow. Related criticism. So you know how they be like, a lot of times they'll say, a lot of times they'll be like, yeah, we wouldn't even call Christians, because Christian mean poor fellow. But they don't really know. They heard it. You just regurgitate. You didn't really know it. It sounds good. Christian mean poor fellow. But you don't really know what that means, though. You see what I mean? But that goes all the way back to the Alpine people. And it talks about Christianus, a Christian. Cretan, the Cretan people. They have something called, I ain't gonna get into that because that's gonna give us something else to put together. I ain't gonna get into all that. But we're doing some deep research on a lot of stuff. The Gospel of Nicodemus, a whole bunch of, the Gospel of the Nicolaitans, a whole bunch of stuff we get into, y'all. So we're going, Yahuwah willing, however he wants to roll that out, we will. But it's this right here. The reason why it says, for as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. So if you call yourself a Christian, you basically call yourself a Cretan. Right? A deformed what? So now, can we see though? Let's look at this. When you talk to a Christian, y'all remember that video I played? Y'all remember that recording I played? And he was like, dude, you're deceived, you know? I'm like, you banging on me. Like, I ain't even, but it's cool. It's cool because I understand. Like, every time we talk,
like I would have him, I wouldn't even try. I would just ask him questions. I have him on the ropes. Ask him questions. Okay, what about this though? Okay, what about that though? Okay, you saying that, but this is what that really means. Look, read it. Read it to me. You see what I mean? All that type of stuff. And he would just, you know, and he'll, okay, I see what you're saying. But at the end of the day, brother, you know, but he a Christian. He a poor fellow. You see what I'm saying? You talking to your peoples or whoever it is that you're trying to talk to, and they just can't see it. They're not done away with, whatever. But it say, he who turns his ear away. You see that word, away? From the what? The law. Even his prayers are an abomination. I'm going to read that slower. You know what I mean? But it's still done away with. And they'll get up in front of the congregation and teach that. And people will sit down in the pews and just read and just like accept it. Poor fellow. As a man thinketh, thus he also shall be. You gonna be that. That's what you are. If you call yourself you wonder why, like I said, they can't grasp it. But it ain't just them, though. It ain't just them. Most people went through Christianity. They may be in Islam now, though. Right? They may be in Islam now. But they was a Christian at first. They just switched to Islam. So they still got that instilled in them. Cretinism. Man, I can't say that term yet. I'm trying to hold back. Because it will tie it all together. But I'm going to just leave it right there. When you see a lot of people, I ain't going to go that way either. That's going to give it away too. I'm going to just be quiet on that point. Because I'm going to end up letting stuff loose. So, but at the end of the day, you'll see that people use, they believe that they're Christians so to the 10th power that you can be making sense, but they will still, what you making sense don't make sense. What makes sense does not make sense to them. What is right is really not right to them. It's like a defect or something. See what I mean? But when you go look at these people, because this condition is still around, you know, the deficiency of the thyroid and things of that nature, but also these people, a lot of these people were what? Deaf. They were deaf of hearing. Repeat that again. They were deaf of hearing. So when a word go forth and you talking to them, they can't hear you. Because they're a Christian. See? That makes sense? So this is why a lot of times, like I said, we talking about Aruka. Man, a lot of us, man, we still got healed. We still need some Aruka. Everybody in this room. Because it's things that we still holding on to, things we still grasping, ways about ourselves that we still are, that we haven't fixed. It has not been fully restored yet. Some of our sight, our spiritual sight, we still can't see spiritual things. So it's not there. We can't. They all because Christianity had you so comfortable. When you go to church, you ain't got to do nothing. Ain't nothing to be a Christian. I ain't got to do nothing. Come as you are. And lead the same way. You know what I mean? And you just sitting in there, and you just blank-minded, just sitting there, blinking. Yeah, believing in your heart. But you think about what you finna do the rest of the day. Like, real talk. And it trains your mind to when you come in here, you do it. Even if it makes sense, it just don't make sense to you. Because you never fully applied your mind. You haven't. So, it's enough on that point. That's enough on that point. So, the foreign priests. Let's look at this. The foreign priests. Because Yahuwah said he made us a nation of priests, right? So it says this in 1 Peter
No, I'm going to read Exodus 19, 5 and 6. It says, now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed and keep my covenant, then you shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people. For all the earth is what? And you shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and an holy nation. These are the words which you shall speak unto the children of Israel. Right? How many of us, man, you hold on to that scripture? You really believe that, right? Y'all believe that? Y'all believe that? Y'all believe that y'all a nation of priests? Yeah. Dang. All right. So, same with 1 Peter 2. You know, the royal priesthood. I ain't going to read it, but y'all know that scripture. Y'all can write that down. This is talking about how we, man, matter of fact, we're going to read that. Okay, you want to get it? Starting verse 5.
1 Peter 2, 5 through 9. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Ye also as lively stones are built up a spiritual house and a holy priesthood to offer up spiritual sacrifices acceptable unto Elohim by Yahushua Hamashiach. Wherefore also it is contained in the scriptures, behold, I lay in Zion a chief cornerstone, elect, precious, and he that believeth on him shall not be confounded. Unto you therefore which believe, he is precious. But unto them which be disobedient, the stone which the builder disallowed, the same is made the head of the corner, and a stone of stumbling and a rock of offense.
So, some people can't, it's written in the scriptures, but they read the scriptures, but they can't see that. That Yahushua was the chief cornerstone. It was written in him, right? The foundation. But they can't see that. Still can't see that. And it's going to come a point in time, we're going to bring something out pertaining to those type of things. So just be on standby about that type of, because we're going in on the anti-messianics this next season, y'all.
Even to them which stumble at the word, being disobedient, whereunto also they were appointed. But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, and a holy nation, a peculiar people, that ye should show forth the praises of him who had called you out of darkness unto his marvelous light.
Darkness to the marvelous light. You are blind, but now you see. You are priest. Y'all hit that, whoever did. You was practicing.
Yep.
Hallelujah. So it's real essential that we understand that, right? Because by that we understand our role, right? And so then when you read in Romans 15 through 6, it says, nevertheless, after you understand that you're royal priesthood, right? It says, nevertheless, brethren, I have written the more boldly unto you in some sort, as putting you in mind, right? Because the grace that is given to me of Elohim, that I should be the minister of Yahushua HaMashiach to the what? To the what? To the what? Why y'all saying so soft? Y'all saying why y'all scared to say it or something? Like, Gentiles. It's Gentiles. Cause I'm like, y'all got it. Like, yeah, I'm like scared up here, man. Like, cause y'all, it's like, if you don't believe that, then you really don't know your role, right? Okay, so it says that I should be a minister of Yahushua HaMashiach to the who?
Gentiles.
Ministering the gospel of Elohim, right? The good news. That the offering up of the Gentiles might be acceptable. Right? Being sanctified by the Ruach HaKodesh, right? So their offering will be accepted through you. You doing your job is what will get the Gentiles offering accepted. So if you don't know your place and your role, what they gonna do? Who gonna talk to them? Right? Who gonna stand and intercede for the Gentiles? Because that's your job. Somebody asked 15. It's up there.
15
through 16. All right. So us being priests, though, right? Understanding what we should be doing as priests to the Yehudim and to the Gentile, right? As priests. But it's an issue. You got it? Leviticus 21. Leviticus 21.
Leviticus 21, starting at 16. Hallelujah. And Yahuwah spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron, saying, Whosoever he be of the seed in their generation that hath any blemish, let him not approach to offer the bread of his Elohim. For whatsoever man he be that hath a blemish, he shall not approach, a blind man, or a lame man, or he that hath a flat nose, or any thing fluid, or a man that is broken footed, or broken handed, or crooked back, or dwarf, or have a blemish in his eye, or be scurvy, or scabbed, or have his stones broken. No man that hath a blemish of the seed of Aaron, the priest, shall come nigh to offer the offering of Yahuwah made by fire. He hath a blemish, he shall not come nigh to offer the bread of his Elohim. He shall eat the bread of his Elohim, both of the most holy and of the holy. Only he shall not go in unto the veil, nor come nigh unto the altar, because he hath a blemish, that he profane not my sanctuaries, for I, Yahuwah, do sanctify them. And Moshe told it to Aaron and to his sons and to all the children of Israel.
Hallelujah. So, let's break it down. So, he said, for whosoever man that be, in verse 18, for whatsoever a man he be that hath a blemish, he shall not approach. A blind man, right? Were we not spiritually blind? Because, see, this talking about Levi, but we know it's a new order, right? After Melchizedek, we understand that now we are under the order of kings and priests, right? Through Yahusha. It's a whole different order than this one. But we still follow Torah. And Yahuwah is the same Alua that, hey, he don't deal with the blind, right? He don't deal with the blind. Nor he don't deal with the deaf. So, let's keep going. It says, a lame, or he that hath a flat nose, or anything superfluous. It says, or that is broken footed, or broken handed, or crooked back, or crook backed.
I'm gonna read it in the ESV because it say what it is more.
Okay.
Because you're not in KJV.
Yeah, hunchback.
So it says, for no one who has a blemish shall draw near, a blind or a man blind or lame, or one that has a mutilated face.
Okay.
Or, you know that.
Yeah.
Or a limb too long. So that's superfluous, right? That's that, a limb too long. Or a man who has an injured foot or an injured hand, or a hunchback, or a dwarf, or a man that has a defect in his sight, or an itching disease, or scabs, or crushed testicle. No man of the offspring of Aharon the priest, who has a blemish, shall come near to offer Yahuwah's food offering, since he has a blemish.
So, what they're saying is, if you have any infirmity, if you have any deformity, anything of that nature, or if you even have an injury, you can't come offer the bread. You can eat it though, but you can't come offer it. See what I mean? So let's tie that to the spiritual. So we wonder a lot. We wonder a lot. In this hour, why is Yahuwah doing the things that he's doing? How is it that he can take these people who have been blind for 400 years and start establishing these things in them? Stuff that was written thousands of years ago, right? We look at the blind. Some of us are still blind. So therefore, we wonder why when we come into Yahuwah's house, we feel like he don't receive us or something. Like he don't receive an offering from us. Because you still blind. Some of us is dwarfed, right? Like we just read with the Cretans. Some of us still got that mindset like a Christian. You still operating out of these things. You still doing these things. You still moving like you injured.
So like somebody who will be spiritually dwarfed is somebody who doesn't want to grow.
They don't want to grow.
You just want to sit in with whatever you just sit, and you don't want to grow.
Yeah.
You know. So that would be.
That's good. You don't want to grow. You've been here for 50 years. We ain't been around 50 years. But you've been here for 50 years and you still at step one. Trying to figure out, why am I still going through this cycle or this consistent falling or this perpetual backsliding I keep doing? I don't understand what's going on. Because you a dwarf. You're a spiritual dwarf.
Something that you know,
right?
That can call that if you give up or whatever or fix or change, you know you'll grow, but you just don't want to because you come.
Right. Some of us come in injured. Got an injury from life, from your past traumas, things that have happened to you, right? Now we're talking about spiritual now. We ain't talking about physically. Spiritually, you come in here with a spiritual injury. You injured. Some of us is injured beyond repair. You damaged beyond repair sometimes. Sometimes to fix that thing, Yahuwah gotta shatter the whole thing. Y'all know that's how some broken ligaments had to get fixed. They gotta shatter the whole thing. Or it's gonna come back in a weird way. And some of us don't want to be shattered though. So now we see you trying to heal, but you're healing crooked. So it's I mean, we can go all day on that, you know. That's just where we at now. That's where we at. So we got go ahead. This is where we at though. This is the place we at about. We talking about Aruka. Talking about Aruka. It's really time to let go of a lot of things that we still ain't let go of. And I ain't talking to you if you have. If you have, don't feel like we talking to you. It ain't to you. Still receive it. But if it ain't you, it ain't you. But somebody it is.
That's why we need to confess so that we can heal.
Right.
A lot of people won't because they want to keep it in, or either they're ashamed.
Right, shame.
And they don't want anyone to know, you know,
right.
And they're trying to hide it.
Right.
Even from themselves.
Right.
Which causes them to not grow and become a dwarf.
Right.
My son had an injury. He didn't want to say anything to me because he knew I would tell him, you can't play. We had to go to the doctor and had it fixed. So he didn't want to do that. But then it went on for a while, and he wasn't doing good. So when I took him, I had to make him go. And it got to the point where that injury that he had actually caused where he wouldn't be able to develop like he should. So many times we have those injuries spiritually, so and then we keep it. Where all we have to do is just come out with it, and someone would have a word for you, or someone could help you heal.
Right. Aruka will take place. Aruka will take place. The other one was trying to figure out how to word it. Crushed testicles. You grown, we know that. I mean, it ain't, But this is to the men though. A lot of us, man, we come in here crushed in that area. And what does that area produce? Seed. And also, what does it produce in you though? Testosterone. Assertiveness. Right? Assertiveness. It's what make you a man. Right? The ability to go forth. Right? Not be so lax. Laid back all the time. Just, hey, what you been? I don't know. Hey, so what you got up, man? What you beginning to? I mean, really nothing. Yeah, whatever she say, we just gonna go with the flow, no, not at all. But it's a lot of us as men, we come here crushed, and then we'll see that even as coming in the awakening, as an older man, right? You may already have sons and children, right? But your stones are crushed. So now you can't pour nothing into nobody. You can't have no more continuance of yourself. Right? You can't put your identity in nobody, in no other sons around here, because they crushed. They crushed. Can't speak a word to nobody really. Just crushed. And that, like I said, I ain't just talking about in here, I'm talking about everywhere. We see it so much. But there's a lack of, like I said, assertiveness. It's a lot of fear in a lot of our men. A lot of fear to do a lot of things. A lot of fear to do things that you don't normally do. And it ain't always teaching. We ain't talking about teaching. We ain't talking about getting the mic. But other things that you see the tribe need, but you ain't even really, you just lay back, just chilling. Crushed. I ain't gonna spend too long on that. You know what I mean? I want to make it awkward. Because the sister's looking like. So, yeah, so, but that's just how we, but it was something else. Yeah. Go ahead.
So, that's a powerful slide. Deform the priest. Because y'all know we priests in the order of Melchizedek. But we deform. Because we won't receive our Ruka. Chief Elder Moshe, in one of the deliverance lessons, he was talking about the three kind of cracks or fissures that Ruachs operate in is sin, secrets, and the conclusion of your trauma. So you got people walking around that got daddy issues. because of whatever happened in their past, you know, the conclusion of that trauma that led them to having daddy issues. The secrets that they know. Sometimes we know we leave this place and we still got that issue. We know, and then the reason I say that is because we missed by God. You call them over and be like, I don't know why I blew up on my mama like this, and I keep doing it. Or I don't know why I'm doing my child like this, and it's like, or you won't say it to us, you'll say it to, you won't, Chief say, you won't reach up, you reach out. So you'll reach to your Ak or you'll reach to your Akodi, and they gonna tell the moral. Or they gonna tell the moral, and then the moral gonna come back and be like, because you living in it. You living in that trauma, or you living in that sin, or you're living in that secret, and you can't never be healed. You just gonna stay deformed. It is, when you think about it, I mean, man, so I'm gonna say it like this. So just throughout, or just deliverance in itself, so many people have talked about their childhood. Even things they have done in their childhood, but just things you may see your mother do. Not having a father in the home and you seen your mother do these things, so I operate like this. That's a trauma. That is the equivalent of your stones being crushed. But you won't acknowledge, like, man, why do I let them run over me? Why I won't stand up for myself? I know I do it, but I don't know why. I just was raised like that. And you got to be mindful of that, because we kind of like that. I've noticed out west is different from out east. I was having a conversation with a Maureen. I was like, man, like, for some reason, the way we was raised out here, we ain't just going to take over. You might have to invite us to, you know what I mean? That's just how we move. Like, we don't want to overstep. So some things be regional, but it just be like, that's how I was raised. When you know you do, you got to take steps to do something. If I know I weigh 500 pounds and I won't get up and walk half a mile, I'm not doing nothing to fix it. I can see I got this deformity, but I'm not doing anything to fix the deformities. So I'm going to jump over there and I'm going to go to Joel. I think it's Joel 2, where he said he'll cleanse our blood. Yeah. The thing about blood, we talk about it in covenants. Blood symbolizes everything that is within you. Your long limb, your short limb, your mutilated face, your crushed stones. Your blood is everything that is within you. If you would deal with them, deal with the sin, deal with the secret, or deal with the conclusion of that trauma, you can receive a ruka and have your blood cleansed.
Yeah. I don't know, flat nose popped in my head just a minute ago when he was talking. Flat nose, you know. Have you ever seen that? Somebody with a nose like this. Y'all done seen people like that. Their nose kind of like this. I mean, you know, if you have it, you have it. But the thing is, smell goes in with taste, as we just read. So if you really can't smell, your nose has been stopped up to the point to where you can't taste nothing. Make you mad, right? Because you know it's bomb, but you can't taste it, you know? You know it's bomb, but you can't really taste it, though. So it gets depressing. And you look at other people, and they be like, man, this is good. But you know you can't taste it. And it's like that even in the assembly. Some people can come in here and taste of Yahuwah and see that it's good. They can taste of him and see that it's good, but you can't. You can't see it's good. Because
of whatever deformity you had in your nose, you come in here, you can't smell nothing, can't taste nothing. So now you mad at everybody, you mad at everybody. Looking at everybody upside their head. Because why? They can taste of Yahuwah and see he good. The people that be, there's always something wrong. Always angry about something. Always got some issue going on within themselves. They can't taste. They can't smell the fragrances they go forth. You see what I mean? So that's enough on that. We're going to move on. Hallelujah. We didn't go through the whole thing. But the blind lead the blind. So it says this, Deuteronomy 27:18. Cursed be he that makes the blind to wander out of the way. And all the people shall say, Amen. So, cursed is that person who make the blind lead out the way. This is to us as a people because we are the lead nation. And a lot of times, you have influence wherever you at, wherever you work at, wherever you be at. You got a lot of influence. Lot of influence. But for some reason, and you know, so which makes you a leader, because what makes a man a leader is wisdom and knowledge. See what I mean? Not all the time, but I'm just saying. A lot of people who Yahuwah will use, he'll pour his wisdom on them in some way, shape, or form. It may not be like the last person, but in some way, shape, or form, he poured some type of wisdom, a deep wisdom in them. And what happened is they can be able to lead people, right? But there are some people, some of us lead people, we lead the blind into a ditch. Purposely. We know it's something we want to do, it's something we like to do, but I'm going to still go ahead and go do it. And I know people are going to follow me. I know people are going to see, but I just want to be a leader. So even if that causes me to do the wrong thing for people to follow me, that's what I'm going to do. If I got to be the one that don't like nobody, and I can get other people that not like nobody, then I'm winning. Because it make me feel like a leader. See? That's how a lot of us operate. If I feel this way about this. So if I get a couple other people that's blind to the situation, they don't know what's going on, right? If I can make them feel how I feel, then I can lead them in that direction. But you don't realize that you're just trying to fulfill something that you've been longing for, even in the world. So then it says this in Deuteronomy 16:19. You shall not wrest judgment. You shall not respect persons. Y'all know what that means? What that mean? Let's say it loud. What that mean? Show favoritism. It says, neither take a gift, right? It says, for a gift does blind the eyes of the what? Wise. So it don't matter how wise you are. No matter how wise you are. It says, and pervert the words of the righteous. So, you know, we done got into that before. So y'all know what that means. So it says in Isaiah 56:10-11, his watchmen are what? Blind. They are all ignorant. They are all what? Dumb dogs. Dumb dogs. They cannot what? Bark. They don't say nothing. They don't say nothing. They see it coming. They know what's going on, but they too busy in self. Right? They're too busy in self, so they don't even say nothing. They ain't worried about what's going on in the world. They ain't worried about what's going on nowhere. It says, they cannot sleeping, lying down, loving to what? Slumber. Then get in that seat and just go to sleep. But they're supposed to be watchmen. Zafar. So that's what Zafar means. That's why we named him that. He just be watching everybody. He be looking at everybody. So it says, yea, they are greedy dogs, which can never have what? Remember we talked about it. Sight is tied to your desires, your nefesh, right? In the Hebrew context, your nefesh ties back to your belly, right? Your soul, your belly, your appetite, your desire. What is it that you desire to do? What needs to be fulfilled in you? And it says they are shepherds that cannot understand. They all look to their own way. Everyone for his what? For his quarter. It's a lot of pastors that have moved in that. It's a lot of people in Israel that have moved in that. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. There's a lot right now in Israel, a lot of leaders, a lot of shepherds that's moving in this right now. Mores and morals. You feel me? Then it says, Matthew 23. We finna wrap it up. We gotta speed up a little bit. Matter of fact, y'all read that before. Yeah, we can get that. We can get that. The rest we gonna we'll try to skim through it as fast as we can. We don't want to belabor the point. But I want when we leave, I just want this to sink in everybody. That's why I keep repeating the same stuff over and over. Because I want us to think on that. Man, where am I deformed at? Because a lot of us already know. Even this word coming, you already know. You can already see where you at. And so that's something extra that you can pray for. Even if you feel like you are already pure. It says, you got it? All right. 16. Come. Matthew 23.
Matthew 23:16. Woe to you, blind guides, who say, if anyone swears by the temple, it is nothing. But if anyone swears by the gold of the temple, he is bound by his oath. You blind fools, for which is greater, the gold or the temple that has made the gold sacred? And you say, if anyone swear by the altar, it is nothing. But if anyone swears by the gift that is on the altar, he is bound by the oath. You blind men, for which is greater, the gift of the altar that makes the gift sacred? So whoever swears by the altar swears by it and by everything on it. And whoever swears by the temple swears by it and by him who dwells in it.
Let me break that down real quick. So what he's saying is, what they were doing was they would have the gift, the sacred gift, right? And if anybody swear by this sacred gift, he guilty, right? He condemned. But the altar on which we got to offer the gift up on, that ain't really that serious. And he like, and mine say, you blind fools. Like, that's retarded. Like, how can that be sacred when the altar is what make everything sacred around it? So I just want to break that down so everybody can,
And he that swears by Shemaim swear by the throne of Eluah, and by him that sitteth thereon. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye pay tithes of mint and anise and cumin, and have omitted the weightier matters of the law, judgment, mercy, and faith. These are ye to have done, and not to leave the others undone. Ye blind find gods which strain out a gnat and swallow a camel.
So, seeing that, like, when you go back and read that whole thing, you'll see he kept saying hypocrites. Hypocrites. And that word is, what's that? Something, man, I just had it on the tip of my tongue. But even when you look in the Hebrew, it's almost like a hypocrite. I put it like this, so I can make sense out of it, tie it into the theme that we're going with. He calling them blind, right? But he also calling them hypocrites. Hypocrite is somebody who says something but does another thing, right? It's almost like they live in two lives, right? They got double vision. So in the world, if let's say naturally, if you had double vision where you seen different, you would have an impaired vision. It's impaired, right? Also, it'll be a blur. It'll be a blur. Everything blurry, which would make you what? Blind. So a lot of Yahusha said you should have a single eye. That ain't talking about the third eye. You know, whole little thing on that. Ain't talking about the third eye. Okay, I thought that was it. Hippo. Yeah, hippo. Yeah, Hippocrates. So an actor. Basically, an actor. Somebody who acts. Somebody who show up and put on a show. But when they leave, they ain't like that. They don't really do that. Right? And so it come off as this. When you look at it, like I said, it's like you got double vision. And when you see it double, you can't really see. Even a lot of times people who like got that double vision, you can't even see what's in front of you like that. You just blind.
Your depth perception is off.
Yeah. And so this is what we got to make sure that we not operating out of. Hypocrisy. We can't tell, hey man, look, everybody need to, let me think of something. Everybody need to start wearing garments every Shabbat. Right? And then I show up in this. Everybody gonna look at me like, no, y'all better wear garments to the Shabbat and outside of Shabbat, everywhere you go. But then y'all catch me at Walmart. I got on basketball shorts and a jersey. It's a hypocrite. See what I mean? So, I ain't gonna belabor that point, but that's how that go. You got the Jeremiah 5. So y'all ain't gotta go there. Y'all can just write this down so that we ain't gotta, take too much time. If y'all want to, y'all more than welcome to. But he gonna hit.
So Jeremiah 5, starting at 21, says, "Hear now this, O foolish people, and without understanding, which have eyes and see not, which have ears and hear not."
So this is literally talking about Israel, but it's talking about how spiritually we got eyes, but we can't see. We got ears, but we can't hear. Somebody can come, give you a word, and you just, they'll say this, I don't see it. You know what I'm saying? I don't really see it that way. I don't really see that. I hear you, but I can't really grasp what you're really trying to tell me. It don't make sense. When did I do that? When was I? It's not adding up to me.
But it is one thing if you really don't understand, but it's people who do know, they just don't want to.
They don't want to. They don't want to. And so in this next season, a lot of people is going to get the truth about themselves. A lot of people is going to get the truth about themselves. So be ready for that. Because evaluation's coming up again, y'all. Evaluation's coming up again. So a lot of people are going to get the truth about themselves. Not about what you think about yourself, but you're going to get the truth about yourself. And it's going to be 2 things, 4 things. Either you're going to see it and hear it, and be able to perceive and understand what's happening and what's being brought forth, or you're not going to be able to see it, or you ain't going to be able to hear it. You're going to come in with your ears clogged, or come in with a blindfold on, because you don't really want to look in the mirror. You don't really want to look at yourself. So, let's keep moving. Right. So, Yahushua restoring Yisrael. We'll just read. Oh, dang. What happened? So, we're going to read, because all these good, so if y'all can write these down, they all good. But it's about Yahushua. Literally, when you go through and you read the Gospels, count how many times he healed blind people. Just count. Or how many people came to him and said they were lame. They were lame.
They can't hear you on Zoom. They said there's no sound.
Okay, something just happened. It's freezing up. I don't know what's going down. You hear now? Okay. I don't know what's up with my laptop. Okay. We just keep pushing. So it says, starting at Matthew 15, verse 30. It says, and great multitudes came unto him. Great multitudes came unto him, having with them that those that were lame, blind, dumb, maimed, and many others, and cast them down at Yahushua's feet. And he healed them, insomuch that the multitudes wondered when they saw the dumb to speak, the maimed to be made whole, the lame to walk, the blind to see, and they glorified the allure of Yisrael. So, could you imagine going somewhere, you got people literally maimed, like they got stuff chopped off, like whatever happened, arm gone, leg gone, they maimed, right? Or they lame, so they in wheelchairs, and then some people coming in their eyes is white, blind, right? People in there got big old hearing aids coming in, just all kind of people. And then they walk in that way, and they come out restored. Come out restored. That's amazing. And the thing is, all that he did, it wasn't just to do it for the people that was there. Some of them people went forth and lived normal lives and brought forth seed probably. Let me see.
And if you think about it, that's all the deformities that they brought forth in Leviticus. Like, if you just, read into it, that's exactly what he was doing. He was letting the blind see. He was letting those that had, healing those that had a marred face, those who had crushed stones. So it's like the scales that came off and you seeing it now.
Right. And also what he was trying to do is he was trying to show us that he's restoring the nation. Because spiritually, that's how we are. He kept calling them blind. It was some of the Pharisees and asked them, they like, so are we blind? He was like, because you see, now, you gonna be blind. Because you've seen what I did and you chose not to believe, you gonna be blinded.
You're gonna be blinded because he was a stumbling block to many in Israel. So we're gonna go to 2 Samuel. 2 Samuel. Second Samuel chapter 9. Okay. I'm gonna start at verse 1. It says, y'all there?
Hallelujah.
2 Samuel chapter 9, starting verse 1. It says, and Daud said, Is there yet any that is left of the house of Shaul, that I may show him kindness for Yahunathan's sake? It says, and there was of the house of Shaul a servant whose name was Ziba. And when they had called unto Daud, it says, the king said unto him, Are you Ziba? And he said, Your servant is he. And the king said, Is there not yet any of the house of Shaul, that I may show kindness, the kindness of a lure unto him? It says, and Ziba said unto the king, Yahunathan has yet a son, which is lame and on his feet. It says, and the king said unto him, Where is he? And Ziba said unto the king, Behold, he is in the house of Machir, the son of Amiel, in Lo Debar. Lo Debar. Look up Lo Debar. It says, then King Daud sent and fetched him out of the house of Machir, the son of Amiel, from Lo Debar. It says, now when Mephibosheth, the son of Jehonathan, the son of Shaul, was come unto Daud, he fell on his face and did reverence. It says, and Daud said, Mephibosheth. And he answered, Behold, your servant. And Daud said unto him, Fear not, for I will surely show you kindness for Jehonathan your father's sake. And I will what? Restore. I will what? Restore you all the land of Shaul your father. And you shall eat bread at my table. What? So let's look at this. Israel is lame, crippled. Yeah, not a pasture. So he took him from a place that is not a pasture. No pasture there. It's like a wilderness, right? He took him from there and said, I'm going to give you all the land of your father. Didn't that sound familiar? Aren't we supposed to go back and get the land of our fathers? He said, and you shall eat at my table continually. Didn't Yahushua say he gonna sup with us? Right? At the marriage feast, right? That's continually. Continually. It says, then it says this. And he bowed himself and said, what is your servant that you should look upon such a dead dog as I am? Then the king called Ziba, Shaul's servant, and said unto him, I have given unto the master's son all that pertain to Shaul and to all his house. So, then on top of that, this is what he did. He says, you therefore and your sons and your servants shall till the land for him, and you shall bring in the fruits that your master's son may have food to eat. But Mephibosheth, your master's son, shall eat bread always at my table. Turn him to a king. He went from a peasant to a king. Eating like a king, basically. When you look at it, when you read down, it says he gonna sit at the table as one of the sons. Right? As one of the sons. So, let me see. So, as we look at this, we as a people, in this captivity, we've been crippled, we've been lame, we've been blinded, we've been everything you can think of in the book. Everything that was listed in Leviticus 21, that's us. And so, we would be the same people to say, why would you look upon such dead people as us? Right? But it's nothing that we did. What y'all to get? It's nothing that Mephibosheth did. He didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing. But he got elevated. He didn't do anything. Because it wasn't about what he did, what he said, what he didn't do. It was Yahuwah's kindness. And sometimes Yahuwah's kindness is just unexplainable. That's how we got to look at that. Because we lame out here. And so when Yahuwah do stuff for us, when he elevate us, when he put things in our hands, we got to be like, man, I don't deserve it. We always feel that way. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. You probably don't. But he's still giving it to you anyway. The land of our fathers, we don't deserve that. We didn't do nothing for it. We didn't go fight for that land. But it's going to get given to us. When he told him to go into the land, right? And go eat of the fruit that you didn't plant. Dwell in the houses that you didn't build. Right? Harvest things that you didn't till. They didn't do nothing really for it. But it was their fathers. The covenant that was made with their fathers. And that's what is being shown here. Dawood is like Yahusha. And he made a covenant with Yahunathan. Right? His father. And no matter how his descendant came out, I'm going to still bless you for your father's sake. We only get blessed for Abraham's sake. For Jacob's sake. That's the only reason why we get blessed. Because of our father.
When you start getting to the 12 sons, a lot of them didn't deserve it. They didn't deserve it.
And you're going to read their story. Them dudes was wild. Some of them were wild. Yeah. But it looked like how we look in this captivity, though. Yeah. You can, I bet money you read their testaments, you be like, yeah, that's us. All day. All day. That's us.
So the farther you go down, the more we didn't deserve it. Even going to us being in the wilderness, we didn't deserve a king. He still was like, I'm gonna still get y'all descendants.
Yep. Right. It's the same thing that we just, if y'all just like 2 weeks ago in the Midrash, we was around 1 Samuel 16, 17. Oh, he already got a mic in his hand. Yeah, and I was like, it was. That's all I was gonna say. Because Yehonathan wasn't worried about his daddy was telling him, you ain't gonna get the kingdom. And he wasn't trying to build his own kingdom. We gotta quit trying to build our own kingdom. For what? For the nation's sake. Then when we do sacrifice for the nation, guess what you helping out? You redeeming your bloodline. Yehonathan still, hey, just remember my kids. That's basically what he told Dawood. I ain't gonna get the kingdom, but remember my kids. Because it don't matter, you know what I mean, which one of us get it, as long as we follow Yahusha. Die to self. Chief Yahushua been telling us this for a month. Once you put your kingdom down and grab hold of his kingdom, you can get somewhere. But you getting nowhere. You're on the way to nowhere when you worried about you. Because it ain't about us no more.
Just kind of laying back off of what more Danielle was saying. It's just interesting because that meeting between Jonathan and Dawid happened before Mephibosheth ever showed up. So it's like before you was in your mother's womb, he knew who you were. And then when you go back and you actually look at what Mephibosheth's name means, it means dispeller of shame or destroyer of Baal. So here he is thinking that he's a dead dog, but his name means that he's going to bring destruction to Baal, which has always been a stumbling block to Yasharel, and then he's going to dispel the shame that he's been through.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
But you can even see where Dawid prayed, I think it's in Psalm 71, where Dawid prayed specific prayers that he received. I think it's Psalm 71. Not going to it. Or 70. Yeah, but I ain't gonna try to find it right now. But he basically was praying and asking Yahuwah to remember his son Solomon and to give him the gold of Sheba or something like. It was like, I don't want to blotch it, but yeah. And he shall live, and to him shall be given the gold of Sheba. Remember the Queen of Sheba came, and so it was like you could see certain things that he prayed that came to pass, and you could see in Solomon's time that came to pass. Yeah, Solomon went off, but because Yahuwah remembered Dawid and all that Dawid did, he was gonna make that come to pass. You know?
And so it's even as if because Dawood was supposed to kill him. He's supposed to kill all. When a king takes a throne, everybody who was in the former throne, they supposed to kill off their lineage. Anybody that poses a threat. But it shows you how Dawood was operating. That he would even set, because Shaul was his enemy, right? But Shaul's son was his best friend, right? And because of that covenant they made, it dispelled what Shaul did. Yehonathan broke a generational curse that could, if he acted like his father, they all would have been dead. Think about that. So that's how we gotta act and operate. We may not be the king ever, right? We may not never be the king. But you don't know where your descendants is going to sit. Right? You don't know where they may be sitting at the king's table because of your righteousness. Even if they are lame. Even if they lame. But this is showing that how Yahuwah took us up out of the dunghill, like he says. He took us up out the pit. He literally chose us in our filth when we weren't nothing. And he's going to make us into something. So, this is the last slide. Let me get, now we got to do 42. That's what we got to do. Let me get 20. Let me see. We get 20, 29, 18, we get 30. 20, we get 35. But this is the promises of Yahushua.
Isaiah 29, starting verse 18. It says, and in that day shall the deaf hear, and the words hear the words of the book. And the eye of the blind shall see out of obscurity, darkness, and out of darkness. And the meek also shall increase their joy in Yahuwah, and the poor among men shall rejoice in the Holy One of Israel. For the terrible one is brought to naught, and the scorner is consumed, and all that watch for iniquity are cut off. That make a man an offender for a word, and lay a snare for him that reproveth in the gates, and turn aside the just for a thing of naught. Therefore, thus said Yahuwah, who redeemed Abraham, concerning the house of Jacob. Jacob shall not now be ashamed, neither shall his face now wax pale. But when he seeth his children, the work of my hands, in the midst of them, they shall sanctify my name, and sanctify the Holy One of Jacob, and shall fear the Elohim of Israel. They also that err in spirit shall come to understanding, and they that murmur shall learn doctrine.
So it talked about their shame to be basically wiped away. And Mephibosheth, part of his name is destroying shame, like literally doing away with shame, right? Mephibosheth also had a son. If y'all didn't know that, he had a son. And I'm sure his son wasn't crippled. See what I mean? But just like how he's saying it here, they're descendants. And when you look at it, it's going to tie in with the next one we're about to read, but it's almost like because they are getting they're getting pure understanding now, it's healing these things in them. So when we go to the next one, 30, go to the next chapter, 30, we'll start at verse 20. Y'all let me know when y'all there. Yeah. It says, and though Yahuwah give you the bread of adversity, right? The bread of adversity and the water of affliction, yet shall not your teachers be removed into a corner anymore. It says, but your eyes shall see your teachers, right? It says, and your ears shall hear the word behind you. So now you're going to have eyes to see and ears to hear. It says, saying, this is the way, walk in it. When you turn to the right hand and when you turn to the left, you shall defile also the covering of the graven images of silver and the ornament of your molten images of gold. You shall cast them away as a mistress cloth. So like a woman on her cycle, you going to cast it away like it's a mistress cloth. It says, you shall say unto you, get you hence, or get away from me. It says, then shall he give the rain of your seed, that you shall sow in the ground withal, in the bread, it says in the bread of the increase of the earth, and it shall be fat and plenteous. I think that's it, yeah. I'm gonna just stop there. But yeah, the rest of that chapter is good. But it's basically saying, in this season, the only how you can receive a Ruka, right? One of the only ways is if Yahuwah literally gives you a word. He got to give you a word some way, shape, or form. He got to give you a word in your ear, or he got to show you something. That's the only how you'll be restored, because the eyes is the doorway to the what? The eyes is the doorway to the what?
Soul.
To the soul. And a man hearing, this is how he receives instruction. It said it. They gonna hear a voice saying, don't go to the left and don't go to the right. But go this way. It's all off a word. Y'all see that? Am I tripping? That's what it's all about. So, you got 35.
35.
And I'm going to end with 42 and we done, y'all.
Isaiah 35.
Starting at 5. I think I'm going to read down to 8. It says, then the eyes of the blind shall be opened. And so it's talking about Yahuwah's Aruka to the nation. And then the eyes of the blind shall be opened, and the ears of the deaf shall be unstopped. Then shall the lame man leap as an hart, and the tongue of the dumb sing. For in the wilderness shall water break out, and the streams in the desert. And the parched ground shall become a pool. So where it was dry at, now it's some water. And the thirst of the land springs of water in the habitation of dragons. So a dry, hot place, now it's going to be springs of water. Where each lay shall be grass with reeds and rush. So I'm going to let you, take it because you know where you're going with it. But think about that. A place that didn't have grass now got grass.
Right.
They're showing you what your ruka can be.
Yeah.
All them issues that you had, you don't have to have no more. If one leg was longer than the other, he can straighten them out to where they both even. If your face was marred, that old scab can fall off and your skin can be regenerated. Something that wasn't there can now be there. Grass was in a dry place. It was a desert, now it's grass.
It goes to Lo-Debar. That's where he took Mephibosheth from.
Man, that's powerful. Not a pasture.
A place of no pasture. Desolate.
Now it got grass.
Y'all even remember back in, I think it was 2019, More Yahusha, he had a lesson on. Some of y'all probably remember, but there was it was grass in the desert. Y'all remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And rain came through the desert, and it was like almost flood in the desert.
It was the purple flowers.
Yeah, the purple.
And the purple flowers start growing. And then he pulled it out in the scripture how in that land, that's what you're going to see, the purple flowers. And you had camels eating the grass in the desert. So he prepared the land for it. Like, these things are coming to pass as we speak. That was in 2019, so imagine now, And then everybody was probably like, they was over there like speaking in air. Like, they was like, what's going on? Like, what the hell?
The water coming out of rocks.
Man.
So I'm about to read this. So it says, I'm going to start at 6. 42 verse 6. Yeah. Hallelujah. It says, I, Yahuwah, have called you in righteousness, and will hold your hand, and I will keep you, and I will give you for a covenant of the people, for a light to the Gentiles. Remember, we was talking about that earlier. That's what we should be doing as priests, right? Not only the Yehudim, but the Gentiles too. So you can be a light to the Gentiles. It says, to open the blind eyes, and to bring out the prisoners from the prison, and them that sit in darkness out of the prison house. I am Yahuwah, that is my name, and my glory will I not give to another, neither my praise to graven images. So there's that. But when you read down, it gets deep. But this is what we're supposed to be doing in this hour. That's what we're supposed to be doing. So I just kind of want to leave off with that. That's the mission. You can own. You have to be restored so you can go help other people get restored. That's your purpose of being restored. So you can go help other people be restored. It's like a chain effect. So, those who still dealing with certain things though, it's better than you walk into the kingdom lane with one eye, blind in one eye, than having both eyes and not entering it at all. Some of us who gotta cut that hand off, it's better you to walk into the kingdom lane than walking in with both hands straight and then you ain't getting in at all. So cut off what you need to cut off, because Yahuwah will restore it. He will bring a ruka. If you in this season maim yourself on purpose, not literally though. You know what I'm saying? Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Because I don't know, we do that. We pray for you, but I don't know. We got to wait till Lucy come back for that one. But real talk, if you really cutting stuff off in the spirit, and you in the spirit maiming yourself, you in the spirit literally plucking your eye out, right? Yahuwah will restore you. He will reconstruct you, because he probably wants you to do it so he can give you a new hand, so he can give you new eyes, right? So he can give you new legs. The blind man that we didn't get to read about in the last one, in John, I think John chapter 9, the blind man, it said, what did he do? That's what the people was asking. What did he do to become blind? What sin did his fathers commit? They said he didn't commit nothing. He was born this way on purpose. For this day that I may come and Yahuwah may be glorified. That's the reason why we gotta do these things. So some of us didn't ask to be blind. Some of us didn't ask to be mad. But it was for Yahuwah's doing. So he may be glorified.
And that's in Jeremiah. You think about it, some of y'all are stopping good things from coming in your life from Yahuwah. Because it says in Jeremiah 5, it says, your iniquities have turned away these things, and your sins have withholden good things from you. So he wanted to just let it rain on you. Because the verse over, y'all know Chief been talking about the 4 month line of rain. So talking about and receiving that increase. So it says, but this part right here is saying, neither say they in their heart, let us fear Yahuwah our Elohim, that giveth rain both former and latter in his season. He reserveth us unto the appointed weeks of the harvest. Your iniquities have turned away these things. So that's what he's saying. Like, don't say, oh, he gonna give us former and latter rain. You see what I'm saying? And you still ain't turning. Because your sins have withholden good things from you. And so what he's saying is, receive your ruka. Cut off what you need to cut off. Give up what you need to give up in order to receive double, so he can give you those good things, so he can restore you greater than the first. Hallelujah. That's it. No, you good. You close. It's done. Praise Yahuwah. All right, so that's it, y'all. Hallelujah.
Rebirth of a nation. Hebrew kingdom building.